Oops, I forgot to click go live. Hello! What's up, everyone? Yeah. Let me just fix the tracking of this right quick. Hey! Yeah, let's see how this stream goes. Looks great on you. Thanks. So yeah, it's Great Ace Attorney. We were here, like we were just about to enter the courtroom, basically. So we're gonna start. Yeah, lawyer game. I guess you could say that. When I awoke the following morning, since that the sun was already gone, outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. We're trialing on our own. 17th April, 9:32 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. The pipey type sounds are so loud. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So, where's your friend then? It's been a while since I've done these voices. Please bear with me. I think you forgot to change capture. Oh crap. Yes, I did. My bad. Alright, here you go. You can see the game now. Yeah, I haven't done the Gina voice in a while. So where's your friend then? Sorry? You know, in the fancy dress. Susato, however you say it, I don't know. What even is this voice? Mr. Susato had to leave early this morning. He was already gone by the time I woke up. Alright with that, are ya? Forget about me if you like, go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Miss Susato and I won't meet again, one day. Even so! Man, they would have loved airplanes. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. That trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two! How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Ow. Iris, what are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Laggy? Cat. Great way to show your support, kitty. Cat chickened out. Let him have a nose around. What up can it do? Oh, that reminds me. I bought a paper on my way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Reno? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Ad on Twitch. Just wait for it to say Twitch ad. Sponsored by me, I make art commissions. Whee! Model! I can also make animated emotes in pretty much the same fashion I made this model. Although if I do get emote privileges on YouTube, I probably won't be able to have them because YouTube doesn't have animated emotes. Whoop. Anyway, ads over. Let's go back. Yes, that question gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. Record amount of freight has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. Huh? The bad news was a weather report? I hope that Susie made her train to Dover and the train isn't delayed on its way to the port. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news?
the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make up the time later. Well, that is good news, isn't it?
Does she only read the weather report?
Couldn't give a monkeys, really.
Only all good news cancelled out the bad.
And look, the trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pit purse plunder. See?
How you like that? We let them say what we want. See if I care. I can't because you're covering your face.
Don't worry, Venom will soon show everyone that his headline is nonsense.
I will? Oh, let's drink water.
Then, in tomorrow's papers, the headlines will be... Discharged diver stopped us do-gooder. Isn't that right, Bruno?
Oh, yes. Let's hope so.
Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it?
It's like she was still here. Today's paper has been entered into the court record. Is the weather report gonna become part of this case? I kind of wish that this model had more hand movements, because I move my hands around a lot.
Good luck then, Bruno. I'll do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement.
I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. That's very kind of you.
Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jenny?
Just wondering is all. About Sholmes. Did I fix him up alright?
Oh yeah, he got injured the last time. Yes, the operation was a great success. But apparently still hasn't come around yet.
Eh?
Asked a friend of mine in Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up.
Oh, right. No Susato-san and no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today. That Gina's innocent of all this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense. The trial is about to begin. Please make your way into the courtroom.
It's time then.
Yes. Let's go. Gina, Iris.
Lead the way, Bruno.
It's been a while since I've done these voices. It's gonna take a while to get used to again. Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I learned anything from my great friend, it's that... 17th April, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. I'll just read them after the text finishes flashing. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Well, at least, you know, his voice is just my voice. Lord Vanziax? My lord? Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the public prosecution service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware of that have led to this erratic behavior? Well, I think he just likes to torment us. I don't know why. But what one might describe as your former life 5 years ago, you dealt exclusively in matters concerned with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? Yet today, you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, Council. ... Read out the ... There are two types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public. Hello!
It's Mr. McGilded. You defended against the Reaper 2 months ago.
Yes, I just about managed to work that out. Thank you. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I never would have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in the final hour. In other words, the confidence tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East! Can I read this? What? Did he really just say that? It means you now. Iris, please. I actually managed to work that out too. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? That torrid look of hatred in Lord Vansiek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me? Or was he talking about all Japanese people? Is he racist or does he just hate me in particular? Find out next week on The Great Ace Attorney.
An alarmingly scathing explanation.
Still, the judiciary welcomes a return of so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all London's malefactors. Your lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people in this trial. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the... Hang on, that guy was from the boat! Was he like a real person? Like he was the disguise of the... Let's see. Former lieutenant in the British Army here, don't you know? Chaps like me were born ready.
Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and a clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think.
Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything. And I'm ready for it. Wait, what's stereoscopic? Stereoscopy, also called stereoscopics or stereo imaging, refers to making images appear 3D. I guess you could say that. I mean, this game is in 3D, so you're not too far off the money. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible, but could I have?
Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop.
Good day. I'm visiting London for sightseeing. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please.
Is something wrong right now?
Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. Wait, that other guy was from somewhere? I will never feel not jump scared that he got a new model twin. Well, get used to it. You'll be seeing a lot more of it.
The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 billion inhabitants, you know? So I've been led to believe.
But something tells me I'm being duped. Very well. Now, Lord Vansiek, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. I don't really have a voice for him. I kind of wish, like, there was, like, a bunch of... I could turn on a bunch of voice changers. Or that I could do a convincing male voice, but that's kind of difficult. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawn shop on Baker Street. was shot from behind and died instantly. The prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Yep, we've seen that one. As the court will observe. Hello, how is lawyering going? Hello, Bernacle. Lawyering, we're just starting actually. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in near-instant death. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to tell us? Good, lawyer-san. Thank you. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone like the accused, you might say. Prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photograph as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand him to the bailiff, please. The autopsy report has been entered into the court record. Yay! Crime scene photograph has been entered into the court record. More evidence. Woohoo! I now ask the court to turn its attention to this plan of the establishment where the incident occurred. Alright. The proprietor was found in the storeroom where he kept articles pawned to him. A windowless room with a single point of entry. A door to the main shop that was found locked. Surprise evidence is such a wild concept back then. Would they be able... Okay, so like, how the heck do you possibly get like updated autopsy reports in the Victorian era? Is it possible? I wonder. Everyone loves the updated autopsy report. I saw like an actual attorney react to it, and he was like he got really pissed. He was like, "What? It's outdated! You're not gonna tell us before the trial? Are you?" In the sealed chamber. Oh no, I forgot it. You are the paradox and the robot of the future. Hi, it's me. But now look at me, I'm solving court cases in live 2D. The victim, Mr. Windebag, and the accused. Seriously though, what is up with that guy? Wasn't he just the disguise of the girl that was on the boat? Or is he still a disguise? Is that like the actual guy this time, or... Wait, didn't she go to jail? Hold on, that's good. Okay, I'll hold my questions for later. She had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet! Yeah. Well, that's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grumpy little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? The girl's guilty as hell! We can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. I learned Peabony's friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were witnesses. Witnesses, I'm saying. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful purser, cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. Court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to the bailiff, please, Lord Benziax. At once, my lord. What's the motive, though? Is this the judgment arc? Crime scene floor plan has been entered into the court record. When the attorney is ace. When the bank's revolver has been entered into the court record. Well, I don't really know what the motive would be. Maybe they meant to shoot... Maybe, like, somebody else did it, but they meant to shoot someone else. No spoilers, please. When will attorney be arrow? This isn't good.
I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Runa. I think that's because it has. Why does he hate us?
I can never hear the word ace again. Maybe the victim just had bad vibes. If the victim had swapped off of Widow, then maybe they would have survived. For the witnesses to the foul murder of Mr. Pop Windebank on 16th of April of this year. Hello. Mr. Gregson? Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Main Stash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin. Occupation's, same as him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard impersonator. I'm gonna have to, remember all my voices.
That's right, we're what they call...
the Three Skulkin Brothers! What are you looking at me like that for? Don't look me in, you lot! Oh, blimey, that's cold. Don't you know what we're going from? It's not all the bruv. Lost contact with him we have, so we're scouring every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you, the very spit of the bloke. He is Nash, he is. The very spit of him. So we decided that what we was gonna do, we was gonna call ya Big Prof Sulky. Come on, leave it out, you two. Sulky Skulkin, and that's before he's run out of chips. Well then, Inspector Sulky Gregson. Begging your pardon, my lord, but the name's Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what you were doing in the witness stand. The Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft. Thieves, are they, these three? Oh, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in. Please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these two brothers illegally entered an establishment with the intent to burgle, and in the course of their nefarious activities, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say, what an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed its proprietor's murder. Order! Order! The various trespasses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents to the straight and narrow. Of course, Inspector. Skeptical as I am about the caliber of these witnesses, isn't skeptical spelled with a K? Is that like another British spelling thing? Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question, and what exactly you saw. Happy to? Cause a Skulkin's never Skulkin! Get out of it! Alright, witness testimony. Legal entry. We was walking down Baker Street into the small hours and the gas door was ajar, see? It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, poor blimey! So far, what is your theory on what happened? Gina... Okay, somebody shot instead of Gina. And the rain might have something to do with it. One of the straw hats is literally built thinner than a stick. Are you talking about the one that's literally all bones, or, someone else? Went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. We never did nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left after that nice and quiet.
Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. So what I think happened is that yeah, I don't think Gina shot that gun. Like, there was an open window the last time we investigated, I think. So, something about that open window. Can you imagine going in to rob a store and the owner is just there dead? Like, what did you even do there? Well, I'll say what... Well, I'll say... Don't take the gun. Because then you'll look extra guilty. Yes. What's the matter, Bruno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by that pair in the stand. I know that it's all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Wait, I'm gonna have to read the court record again. Okay, walking down Baker Street in the small hours and the gas door was ajar, see? Was the door open? There's a picture of a door here. It's been a while since I last played, so I'm probably gonna have to be, classified secrets. That's the last time I played was quite some time ago. Like, it's 2 months since my last stream. So I'm trying to remember, like, if the door was open or not. I'll try to, space the gameplays of this a bit closer to each other next time. It was like some kind of sign begging for us to go in. But once we got inside, poor blimey, we heard a gunshot from the back room. Went to see what was what, but the door was locked from the inside. I mean... Nothing there. It just left after that, nice and quiet. Let's press them about this. You didn't do or take anything. Is that your story? It's left nice and quietly, you say? That's right, Governor. So you'd clearly like us to believe. Come again? As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us that it was you in the doorway? It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun at London's greatest detective, Sherlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There was a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes? That's beyond the pale. On the night in question, This pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the crime scene. Their suspicious countenance rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found in their possession. Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of a shot having been fired from it. Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered from these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle, as you say, counsel. The court will hold this weapon as evidence. The Skulkin brothers' gun has been entered into the court record. I should... You know what would be cool if I had like a wine glass toggle? Did he pull out a gun in the middle of court? Well, technically it was their gun. It's evidence, okay? Now, here's you successfully presenting the evidence. Huh? It kinda looks like he's holding the gun in this view. Well, I don't need evidence, because I was there! However, the rest of us in this courtroom were not. This defense fails to provide evidence in the support of its rash claim. We shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired that gun before they left Windibanks that night? The court demands that all claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses were... There are signs of a single discharge. There are signs that a single round was fired. Well, it should have been fired at the time. The autopsy report. But are they gonna bring out the updated version? Single bullet wound in upper half of victim's back. Instant death from post-anterior... gently rising... blah blah blah. Is there anything I can scan for evidence? Papers? Floor plan. Oh, there doesn't say gun here. Updated autopsy report V2 final V3. Okay, let's look at this. Can't find anything out of place. No, there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of this revolver's 6 cylinders. Yes, which tells us that only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley, in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked into Windibank's door. I'll make those brothers pay. Well, there's been a while. Blood samples portfolio. Got Mr. Mason, Mr. Windibank. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been 2 months. I should have probably reviewed before I started. It's gonna be on the test. Use the back of this photograph to write out the redemption. Do you want a hint? Yeah, sure. Perhaps he ran out of papers. He had to use anything he had in hand. Wait,
For cat. Thinking about the sequence of events that night relating to the evidence you have, especially checking for the shots fired. So, we went to get the manuscript. Somebody else, or Gina went to get the manuscript. And then shots fired. Why am I examining this? Where the... Oh, this is Cosmos. And then, gun. So, okay, I think Gina was trying to get the manuscript, and then she got... And then, they tried to find her, and then those guys went in and, shot Sholmes. It's something like... Not quite sure what the manuscript would have to do with this case, if anything. Wait, this front page is a bit wrinkled, but okay, there's nothing to it. Something that would have like bullet marks on it, right? Oh. Now you can see me get confused in real time. Well, you have evidence of another bullet somewhere. Right, this gun? This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder is completely empty. Mr. Windybank always keeps his gun to hand on his shop counter. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right, to keep all the pawned articles that were in his care safe. But his one bullet was fired that night, and the poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Directly proves a shot was fired. Picture. This picture of the bullet wound. That's one shot. So specifically the other shot, right? But you're arguing there was another. It says here there are signs that a single round was fired. So it's this gun, right? One shot like the video game. Boom, headshot. Here, we investigated this, and it shows that one bullet was fired, but the rest of the chambers are full. Okay, but like there specifically, right? Worst case scenario, you take a penalty. Alright. Let's present the gun. The evidence is this! Perplex me, Counsel, by looking so pleased with yourself despite this quite displeasing answer. Huh. My learned friend. Back for it. My lord. Blah blah blah, shut up. Yes, I know. Japanese voices? Yeah, not the...
I don't usually like English voices except for, certain games. God dang it, Iris. Think again? All claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence shows that these witnesses unloaded a firearm in the pawnbroker shop that night? Well, okay, I think it might have something to do with the... Is it this one? Okay, I'm actually really confident in this one. The evidence is in this portfolio. What? What on earth have you have there, Counsel? During the course of our investigations, we discovered that a number of bloodstains. Not trusting the police to do the job they're trained to do? How arrogant and ignorant of you. Well, anyway. We analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And you claim to have the evidence that this court is demanding herein? Yes, my lord. No more dallying then, Counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that proves these witnesses unloaded a firearm at the scene? Alright, we have... Okay, this was just found in the person's coat. This is the one inside, and, it should be the green one. Stat, explain! It's a photographic print taken at Windebank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. The scene of the crime, is it? Yeah. Is that a bullet hole? And if my eyes do not deceive me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windebank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred 1 hour after midnight, but this indicates a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it isn't irrefutable, the defense believes this is credible evidence that the witnesses did fire a round from their gun in the pawnbrokers last night. Ah! He's standing on a box. Order! How does the prosecution stand? Well, what you got? Want to say something? If that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, prosecution has no objection. Frick, I can't even say the key word of this game. What? They have to clean this up after every trial. You think he also did this, like, in his past 5 years of employment? Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered pawnbrokery illegally. And like the bold baddies they claim to be, one of opened fire on one of the new arrivals before fleeing back onto the street. Eh! Take it easy there, Governor. You're gonna land us in this soup. We had a deal. You weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him in, Sulky. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Nancy X knew their testimony would almost certainly expose the extent of their crimes. Sussy. It would seem now that I owe my learned Nipponese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. To what fact do you refer, Lord Vansiux? As has been established, at the point of their arrest, a single shot had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot had found its target in Mr. Sholmes, then clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. Ah! In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windebank at all. So that's it. Their hands aren't even making clapping sounds. We didn't, Ash, we didn't! That's what I reckon! Your crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite the catalog, eh, fellas? Ah, we're in for it now, bruv.
I say, bruv.
Now then, let us take a moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem that the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appears to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this in the victim shop. Oh! That's one of Harley's red-handed recorders! What is that, Counsel? Has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device in the night in question. Like old-timey CCTV footage. As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in a quite desultory fashion. Rather prodigal, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim shop, my lord. I'll just, if I may refer to the court the plan of the premises, their respective positions are here, and here. And it would be real nice if they had one, like, in the door. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Hey, that's a bit of friar tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Luck subs to skulking. Witnesses, at what time did your trespassing begin? Must have been just after 1. Right, bruv? Must have been, Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just gone 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Let us examine the evidence. Good lord! Did they have... Okay, just checking. Did they have Photoshop back in the day? That's Photoshop, Your Honor! The accused is pictured gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door to his storeroom. Right, one can only too easily imagine the events that unfolded. The court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. The photograph of Gina has been entered in the court record. Oh, I don't believe it, Kitty. In short, the accused is the only person who could possibly have killed Mr. Windipack. Ah! I say, my lord. Wonder if I might put in a word at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. The Kabali bullet to the knee in the... decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, a medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, the battle of daily life, if you like. And here I am now, leading this small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll all go down together, you mark my words. One for all for one! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. What? No, it's too soon to make a judgment here. Status report for the court, then, on the double. His lordship insists on promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. Think you'll find the truth as clear as day now. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there. I just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I'm very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in the matter. Announce your considered verdicts to the court. Guilty. Guilty. We're heckin' guilty. I was expecting that to still be the girl from the boat. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him! No, of course not! My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So, you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. We shall proceed immediately with the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir! Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Okay. I mean, okay. To be fair, if I was in their place, that, like, pictures would look pretty damn convincing. I have left it in there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I'm convinced brothers are innocent. The circumstance of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant rather comprehensively. The storeroom, locked from the inside, in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. And in the accused's hand, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print! Take it from a chap who's seen action on the battlefield. That young girl's on the verge of... That young girl's on the verge of pulling the bully trigger! Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear. Well, these cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. But Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windibank. Which means there's more to this situation that we've yet to see. Yeah, kind of unlucky screenshot that. I mean, photograph. The defense's rebuttal. Hold it. You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Garada, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously, I wouldn't be suggesting that therefore you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Nope, nah. Wasn't trying to do that at all. Can't be denied, I suppose. Of course, if the Garadub house was the talk of the town after that business. Rogers moved out and I couldn't get a body soul to take up the tenancies. Oh. I had the heart to break the news to Joan yet. Bad enough that the old girls clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did do rather a lot. Not for us, that's for that certain. I suppose not. course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously, but honestly, I really wish he'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously blah 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 blah. You know what, let's just ask everybody. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to market for his lordship, I have to pass through the East End. The place is full of beggars, pickpursers, and crossmen. The scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps? Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. According to Mr. Herlock Sholmes? That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rand's magazine and continuing my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Wait. There's probably fan art out there of Sholmes in a maid outfit. Mr. Sholmes? A maid? Wait, I gotta look it up. Wait, no, I'll look it up later. Let's keep playing. Probably. I'm fairly sure it's out there. Loads of it, in fact. But now is not the time to look. We have a game to complete. It's really quite unforgivable. Butterscump having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail. It was the 2 brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. Minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum as far as I'm concerned. Well, it might just be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. I left it in there. Wait. This guy might have something to say. What exactly have you been muttering about all this time, sir? Keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That totally passed me by. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains in the field. So, what is it that you think you've left behind? Well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. Standard thing, went in through the abdomen. But when I'd finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. No. Did he? Surely not! Exactly, surely not, you say to yourself, do you? Worrying, isn't it? That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Like you have forgetting to turn off the lights when you leave the house and then... Imagine being that guy that got operated on. You've been stitched and then suddenly... Feels like knife in here. One way of putting it, the other is manslaughter. Seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I'm sure I made certain everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission of verdict to follow. Stop. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes. Wait, we need to... I think this is the way to go. Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord! Counsel, explain yourself. Oh my statement? Contradictory? Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick, I have mouse. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir? Sorry. English still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear! Wait, my head is covering the chat. Let me just down a little bit. Alright. You can see the chat now. Page turning ASMR. Forgive me, I did not hear. Here is word. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. This is what you mean. You should say in plain English. I am Russian, not native speaker. I would have thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again. No, you're telling me these brothers who look like criminals were lying? They say before we never done nothing, but truth is they shot detective. That is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said as person that looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also big fat lie. Is that true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... Enough! Trust no one now! It's not the mouse's fault though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. Must investigate crime scene. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Yes it is, Bruno. Easily. Sorry? With the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Compare the print that pictures Ginny and the next print from half an hour later. You'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Oh, me, Mr. Prosecutor. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination at all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Okay, picture of dog, doll, big book. Okay, nobody's there. As far as I can tell, nothing's been taken. That does seem to be the case. Can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. Though the brothers who looked like criminals told only one lie. They shot man, but they stole nothing. It seems so, yes. Good. No, not good! You were right, I did not understand the situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue with trial. Thank you, mysterious Russian man! Yay! Well done, Bruno. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. But there must be more in what these jurors are saying that I can use to expose the truth. And if I can do that, we might turn the situation into our favor still. Alright, new evidence. Yay! Another print in the court record. Wonder if we can make use of that. If I can't change the minds of more than half of these 6 jurors, the trial will be over. We know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yes, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. Oh, ad, Twitch. There's an ad, video. Okay, ad is over. I probably, it's red. Alright, maybe he knows something. What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at the photographic print normally, it's as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. But there's no indication that the defendant ever fired a gun. All I'm saying is if you look at the same print in stereo, it could reveal all sorts of new information. Well, we don't... Are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary, it's captivating, it's the height of modernity. Objection, hello. Of course. Oh yes, I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspectives we could only dream of before. It's the greatest invention the world has ever seen. R.I.P. this guy. He would have loved, like, IMAX 4D. Hey, remember, like, when you went to watch a movie in 3D and they had you wear those, like, blue and red glasses? They don't have those anymore. Like right now, they're just kind of, for the aesthetic. Because blue and red glasses, they look kind of cool, if not a bit dorky, but... Yeah, they would that was how you would look at 3D movies back then. Nowadays, you have, like, your IMAX 4D and, like, your wind effects and stuff, and... Yeah, movie technology sure has gone a long way. I think I just watch it, but then most people just prefer to watch the movies at home. Haven't gone to a movie theater in a while. If only it could give a new perspective on this case, I might agree with you. I have left it in there. I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Okay, maybe... Does the surgeon guy have anything? Mind made up? Stop. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow? Stop. Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communication with Far Eastern nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have the electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cables have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed? Makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You are well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to four corners of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmosphere electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Ah, the shade. Excuse me. Juror number 3? Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you ever have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do! Say that again! Go on! I dare you! Goodness, are you talking to me? I think he just might be, yes? Think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really, a machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions. Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3. Oh my god. You're right. What a great way to appease the man. Oh, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are of no practical use at all. ... You just don't know. Pardon? What are the possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, it could reveal hidden clues you'd never even noticed before. Have you got any, Rudo? Any prints we could look at with a stereoscope? Not this print here. It should do the trick, I think. So we have to show him the pictures from... Okay, I thought that... This wasn't just the writer's info dumping. This is actually important. Wait, how do I select two of them? This is still the cat picture, right? Right, let's present this. Alright then, juror number 3? Are you saying you can do this with any two suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me one more print and I'll amaze you all. Alright, these two prints were both taken with the same camera and when the banks in the night in question. Yes, I see. Tell me, Mr. Lawyer. You know how stereographic images work? You understand the principle? Yes, actually. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. Left and right eye images need to be the same, with a slight shift in positions of some objects. Then when your brain merges the two images together inside your head, it notices the shift as if it were deft. Yes, exactly. The small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that's really important. So what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same, then? No, obviously that wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scene three-dimensionally, anyway. Oh! Oh! Of course! Now I see! I think the young girl has discovered a secret. I have! Can you uncross your eyes before you tell me? Have another look at these two pictures from Hurley's camera, but now go on. Okay, I don't know how to cross my eyes at will, so we're gonna have to... Well, yes, we can see that straight away, but now try looking at the pictures in 3 dimensions. Alright, I'll give it a go. So, to start with, cross your eyes, and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. The model isn't tracking if when I'm trying to cross my eyes. Ah! It hurts! If by crossing my eyes, I can make the quill pens from each picture overlap in the middle. Wait. Oh, did you manage to see it properly, Rina? Not really. Yes, I saw it. I actually didn't. Like I said, it kind of hurt a little bit, so... I'm just gonna say yes. What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things in the counter sort of, they just jump out at you. Yes! That's it, you see. That's the other amazing power of stereoscopes. Other amazing power? Is someone going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of the things in the counter seem to jump out at you like that, I think you'll find that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope? As I said before, if you try to look at two identical pictures using a stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the positions of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, Even though at first glance it seems that the objects in the corner haven't moved at all between the two pictures. This shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their positions. That's actually really insane. Like, that's... okay, I wasn't expecting that whole info dump to be useful. Especially not in this way. I thought we were gonna get, like, some view of Gina's arm. I don't know why I thought that, because, she's not in the other picture. But... yeah. Now hold fire there, sir. Got a reasonable grasp of this whole cross-eyed business now, I say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Excuse me. What? Me? I haven't the first idea. You know, Bruno, it's quite simple. It is? Let's think it through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. Then, 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. But the position of some items in the counter appears to have shifted slightly on the interim. So that means that sometime in the half-hour interval, someone must have tampered with the things in the counter. Someone tampered? New information. Stop. Not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop. Yes. We've had to go around in circles a little here, but I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this foundation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question now is clear. We know the items in the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course! I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in the items on the counter. Mr. Benedict? Okay, we can't say it was Gina, because then that's just gonna make her look more guilty. Somebody that... maybe it was Gina. I need to remember the details of the case. Okay, but the bullet that was fired on the wall. So whoever shot that one probably would have moved. Yeah, like, okay, so Gina, she's experienced in this whole pickpocketing thing, so she might know not to move things, like, not even in the slightest. But but like, there's a bit of recoil in guns, right? So whoever shot the calendar, because the calendar is near the door. So whoever shot that might have moved the books a little bit. So, Let me just save scum first. I think it was one of the guys. Not sure which one. He seems to be the only one tall enough to reach the counter. Yes, they are lying. They are lying to you, sir. I think that's unlikely. And why exactly? As you can see from this photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. If you would see, as my learned friend indicated, that she was coercing Mr. Windibank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Mrs. Strahd's interested within the storeroom, not in the main shop. giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. Accused is a pick-purse, common gutter trash. Why look any further for the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, in fact worse than a pick-purse. I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she's a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. He's using his head to... Can you all see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You'll have seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. Wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must purchase after trial. Stop. Will return home via Regent Street. Stop. Yes, they're on our side. Well, it would seem that this trial has yet to run its course. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations by the mighty scales of justice. I hereby call the summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defendant's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus. And I order this trial to continue. Yay! Well done! Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Reno. You never know when it might come in useful. Twice in one trial would be unusual, surely, but alright. The stereoscope has been entered into the court record. Lord Backseat, you will instruct the witnesses that the court demands additional testimony from them. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Won myself another chance to probe that pair about their activities that night at least, and I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Jean is innocent. Alright, I think this is just the first half of the trial. These trials tend to be quite long. Like, we'll probably be here the whole time. To be continued. Yeah, I tend to overthink a lot of the stuff. Like, I've been stuck on stuff that seems to be quite easy. Like, you know, the answer seems quite obvious, but nah, I've got, like, nerves and stuff. Order, please, let us resume proceedings. Actually, right now, I'll take a short break. I'll be right back. I'm back. So is this realistic and drags out the trial to like years? Nah, we're gonna be done like within this stream, I think. It's probably not that long. Usually the other trials that I've had, they don't like I okay, so usually when I'm taking care of these cases, when I'm playing the chapters of this game, it's like one half is the gathering of the evidence and stuff. And sometimes that might stretch over. And then the other half is the actual trial itself. Witnesses, you will now retake the stand. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. Don't you governor me! I did! Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? For blimey! This is going to be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windibanks. Well, it was Bedlam soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out me Lucy lockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. Poor blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items in the victim's counter. We never done nothing this sort. How do you figure that out? Bro. You got sold out. God, they're funny. You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time, you will tell the truth. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Not worth pondering, perhaps? Say no more, Gov! We'll blab! We'll squeak! We'll peach! Peach? Witness testimony again. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. Was when we heard a gunshot, see? Made us both jump while all that stuff went flying. I mean, it didn't give me a fright. I was thinking the shoot had come out the door to get us next. Stuck everything back when we found it and scampered straight into in the black. Couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windibank's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied up, yes. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. The way you say it, we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can't he make us sound a bit more cutthroat? Just be coincidence that these men showed up at Windibanks last night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye. I'm sure of it. So we have to cross-examine. Let's cross that examination. You didn't try to open the storeroom door then? Not on your life! Went deathly quiet after that, it did. Pulled the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked. Was there no way that was opening? Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom, like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights! We had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. Still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day... Well, really, cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind that door was the victim's lifeless body, but the accused not 2 feet away. Yes, unfortunately. Ina was in there, unconscious, with a gun in her hand. Confirmed, would it be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom? That's right, Gov, that's right! Couldn't have even if we wanted to. Why should we believe that? What? Well, because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused and had gun to his head. In other words, on the night in question, these 2 witnesses never even laid eyes on the proprietor of the pawnbrokery. Correct? You've got it, mister. Down to a T. Never actually encountered Mr. Windebank? Is that really true, I wonder? That's it? That's the full extent of their testimony? What is it, Bruno? You look very fierce. I can pour you some herbal tea if you're tired. Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh. But I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something. Something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. I've no proof to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry? People's expressions, the movement of their eyes, the words they chose. You can take all that in and your brain will quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You've concluded that there's something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I know you guys... I know there's something else, but I can't prove it yet. Sound of the gunshot shocked you so much, you knocked all those things off the counter. Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? The bag of nerds seems to learn to keep his shirt on. Look, it was loud, alright, blimey! Me dead granny would have been awoken by that bang. Books, candlestick, skull. Marionette. Picture frame. Scales on the floor. We mastered working quietly then. Gunshot took you by surprise. And then some. It was quiet as a mouse and then sudden BAM! Wait a minute. What is this, Mr. Gregson? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Like I keep saying, I don't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. No, something to add about the testimony. You seem to react just now at what Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it only. Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas into the yard for questioning last night. And the statement... did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now that you mention it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still. I can't help feeling that perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, eh, fellas? If I discover the witness testimony has been any more sloppy than it has hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy! I'll get it right this time. That's it. Yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details have miraculously returned to your questionable minds. Right you are, Gov. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" No, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, I suppose if you're being honest, we heard a sort of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! The thing. Career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of that door behind the counter it was. From the storeroom, where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windebank. On me, Granny's life. Of course it was. On his Granny's life. Of course it was. So, that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windebank and the sound of his voice. Huh? So that would mean what? What, Dash? What? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel. Indeed it would. No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny that that bloke in all the fancy clover's giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. On me, Granny's life it is! On his Granny's life it must be. It's a good job his Granny's dead. Summarize then. Immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot, causing you to stumble and upset the items in the counter, scattering them over the shop floor. You make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after like good little boys. Anyway, the way I see it. Look, what owned the place was holding a gun, so you should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. You're saying that Mr. Windebank had a gun in his hands? Oh yeah, bet that was his sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other. Must have gotten pretty heated. I mean, just before you shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." Didn't really sound like he meant it, mind. More of an empty threat, you could say. Wait a minute. Mr. Windebank was told to keep a revolver on his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles in his keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion, indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person he was gonna shoot beat him to it. The screws proper. Betting machine squeezed the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, "Give me that gun!" And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot? More or less at the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! Bam! Kinda thing. Yes, career in acting very tragically missed. I heard the sound of someone hitting the deck before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done a slapdash job tidying the place up. I think we already... sorry, I already did this. But there's There's a detail that I'm missing here. Where's the skip button? They said that they must have both been holding guns, but there's only one gun that was found in the crime scene, you know, besides theirs. Wait, I think we gotta ask them why they were there. Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? We ain't, Natch, we ain't. In fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. Landed yourselves in even more trouble. Ah, well, that's rotten luck. Because they're a rotten apple eater. Tell the truth. Oh, sorry. Skip. I've already seen this. I want to present some evidence. I want to, because, you see, there's this... He just... Because there was only one gun found at the crime scene. The other gun was found but was theirs, right? So when the bank had a gun in his hands? Just before, if you don't want to get shot, it didn't really sound like you meant it more like an empty threat. Okay, I'll question them here. Just play this auto. Wait a minute. So, what we want to do is, make them guilty. Guilty! But, what I think is going on here is that... So, they keep saying that, you know, the guy and Gina both had guns, but there's only one gun. Give me the gun, or you won't get shot. He's yelling out, "Give me that gun." Look, what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. So, what piece of evidence would show that... It's only one gun. Let's go. No gun. You're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windebank, was wielding a gun, is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got the picture. Yes, Nash, yes, no question. And yet the photographic evidence from the time of the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windebank was not in possession of a firearm of any description. What now? You surprise me. Does the defense really intend to highlight evidence that compromises the position of the accused even more? Huh. Furthermore, the defense has failed to establish that the photographic print presented was taken a suitably short time prior to the victim's death. Your chronology is severely lacking, counsel. Yeah, that's right! Too right, Nash, too right. The old geezer could have been about to turn the tables on the girl, eh? Hardly likely. No, I'm afraid this won't stand as conclusive evidence. Continue with the cross-examination, counsel. Okay. Need that gun. Didn't have given me a fright. He was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. We stuck everything back where we found it and scrubbed it straight into him in the black. Huh? I think I haven't asked them about this yet. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Sholmes. Oh, yeah, it was a bit hasty there. It was, Dash, it was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned off. If you're shaking like a leaf, don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Wait, miss. After we looked dodgy to the coppers, so they clapped the darbies on us like Lincoln. And after you'd been handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? Well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, doesn't it? Huh? Let's look at the evidence that we have. They didn't encounter... So, according to the current evidence, they didn't encounter each other. According to the evidence, they didn't encounter each other, so... Let's look at this floor plan. Here's Gina, here's the pawnbroker. Here's where they might have been. to 130. Death. Gently rising diagonal trajectory. So, what we need is to find blood samples. Then give me a card. I was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. So you should have just fired instead of yelling at the girl. Give me the gun. But then he would have been holding the gun. Heard of what, wasn't there an open window at the testimony? Did knock a few things over, but you weren't riffling for nothing. See that gun? Got fired. Okay, running into, I think we could present something about running into someone else. There might have been someone else that they ran into. I'm kind of stuck here, honestly. I'm trying to I'm trying to think with all of my thinking angles, but dang, thinking is hard. Feels like I can't really question them about much anymore. That's it? That can't be it! They're still making me! Okay, maybe it's something that they might have... He's yelling out, give me that gun. Oakland owned the place, was holding the gun. Okay, I feel like what we should present is here, but something different. Oh my god, it's John Attorney. Hello. It might have been, shooter would come out the door and get us next. I feel like what we need to present is here, but I don't know what we need to present. Holding a gun. My badge proves that I'm an attorney. I got an armband. Ah, my brain! I'm short-circuiting over here. Wait, what the heck is... Victim found deceased in the last scheduled omnibus. Da 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 da. Pink paper. Report published by Scotland Yard. Nothing about, shot in the back. Can't stay for long. Enjoy the stream. Okay. So... Okay, maybe not this one. Maybe I need to leave this point alone, so... It didn't give me a fright. I was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. Didn't try to open the storeroom door. Went deathly quiet after that. Door was locked. Yes, of course, it was locked from the inside. From the inside. What was going on in there, didn't we? Unless there was some other way to get the view of the inside of the storeroom. Like through the keyhole or a spy hole, perhaps? Don't ring no bells, don't light no lights. We had to cut and run before we notice anything like that. We're still cutting our teeth in this game, see? But one day... Really cut the mustard. But wait, if Gina was unconscious, then... How is Gina unconscious? Stuck everything back where we found it. Let's go straight back into the black. I present this gun. Okay, I don't think the gun is, I'm feeling real stuck here. I think the shooter would come out the door. Okay, shooter coming out the door. Guy was holding a gun. He heard a voice yelling, "Give me that gun." It did give me half a fright. Stuck everything back where we found it and started straight into him in the black. Maybe we should get something else. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. We never even had a chance, did we? Yeah, but... Okay, Gina being unconscious is the thing that I'm hinging on here. Because... Like, if... Okay, wouldn't she have been able to make it... Okay, if... What... If she shot the guy, then... Why would she... Hear me out! If Gina shot the pawnbroker, then what? Who would? And there was nobody else in that room. It locks from the inside. Who could have knocked her out like that? Like, did she get knocked out? Maybe she's scared of blood, but I don't think she's scared of blood. No, don't think she's shown any indication of that. everything back where we found it and put straight into him in the black. Did not give me a fright. He was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. So from, they were probably around this area. Wait, so if they were there, and the shooting was there, then... Twitch ad, while we're trying to solve this mystery, yeah, this video is sponsored by myself. 1 like equals 1 help with this case. Ba 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 ba. The graph of Gina. There's clearly something odd about that last statement made by the witness. Okay. Well, that wasn't it. Next. Stuck everything back where we found it. Painted them in the black. Couldn't have shot the pawn broker. It never even had a chance. Wait! Did not refuse to go for... I'm stuck. Voice yelling out, "Give me that gun!" The place was holding a gun, so you should have just fired it instead of... Okay, maybe we could present the gun. This gun? Okay, this is kind of difficult. I'm on 2 lives, so I'll just keep making so whatever guesses I make, I'll just save before. Wait. Alright, let's lay things out. What do we want to prove here anyway? So the thing that we're trying to prove is... I use the chat to take notes. Okay, I'll use the chat to take some notes. Tina passed out. Supposedly all this happened inside the other room. Heard a gunshot. We heard a voice yelling out, "Give me that gun." So, okay, let's... So, wait, let's use this here, crime scene floor plan. So supposedly these two guys, when they were at the scene of the crime, they would be over here at the counter. I don't know if you guys can see my cursor. Is this my... I don't think this is capturing my cursor. Okay, right, I have this. Here. Here. So they'd be around here in front of the counter, I think, maybe. While this would be Gina, this would be the guy that died. So supposedly they're hearing all this. The pictures show something here. They show an interaction here with Pawnbroker and Gina, and so they would probably have been outside. Wait, no, they said that they were here, and they went inside. So all right. So while the confrontation in the storage room was happening, then the guys would have been outside. But then what we want to prove is that they might have gone inside. Or that there are some inconsistencies in their testimony. I look up... No, I'm not going to do that. Nuh-uh. No looking up guides. Right. Everything back where we found it. Let's put straight into him in the black. Oh, what they might have found, like Mr. Sholmes, like skin, Mr. Sholmes. While this is happening, Mr. Winterberg and Gina are inside. I don't think it's... We never had a chance, did we? I feel like if we're going to prove something, it's probably here. Maybe the gun having more rounds, but let me just save here. I don't think anything has given me such a hard time before. Like, I think earlier on in the... Hello. I think earlier on in the game there was, like, in the very first case, but then other than that, I don't think I've been stuck anywhere. I don't think I've been stuck for this long on anything. So, this is a new problem. Very new problem. Okay, let's pretend the gun. Clearly it's not that. Back where we found it. Looking straight into him in the black. Then give me half a fright. He was thinking the shooter would come out the door and get us next. So it was like, give me that gun. That would have happened inside the storage room. So... It's locked from the inside. Okay, the door is locked from inside. Girl. I feel like this... Yeah, I still think that it's this. Look at the newspaper. Awful. For Ginny, I mean. Tomorrow's headline will be, "Discharged diapers, not just do Twitter," right? Something like that, if possible. I'd like to go even bigger. figure? How? Well, pickpocket protects planet post-trial, perhaps. Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. Yes. It's a sensational story lower down the front page. Ministry Mall? Classified secrets? A 10-year-old. Ira certainly has her finger on the pulse of world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted? But how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. Are you looking for a new career, Rina? No, of course not! I wonder. Perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. It could explain why he has Bregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. The details of today's paper have been updated. Okay, I'm not really sure how that's going to help us, but... Hey, that's something. Obligatory stream. Woo! Hello! Woo! I'm stuck! Yay! Look who owned the place was holding a gun. Was he now? Alright, I still have my save file, so... Wait, this is it? That's the one! Wait, how come that worked with the picture of the other picture of him literally not holding a gun? How long we were stuck here? Gordon Bennett! Who's Gordon Bennett? Exactly where you are, right there! Huh? If the crime had taken place as you're so colorfully described in your testimony, it would have given rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted out. Goodness, are you sure, Counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence to support your claim. Where is the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Alright, I'll save. So, they could have been just... Give me the gun! Wait, the... The autopsy report, because he was shot through the back. He's facing forward. Well, let me just find that. Upper half of victim's back. Take that! According to their testimony, the witnesses claim to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun!" followed by the gunshot. Indeed, with the 2 events happening almost simultaneously, or so we've been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if that testimony is true, it would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Ah. So, as I stated before, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Ah! Yeah, only took us a whole hour. hear you right just now? You actually saw Mr. Windibank holding a gun? Comment like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, you have all just heard the admission by these two witnesses that on the night in question they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person! Nash? Order! Witnesses, explain yourselves at once. Well, the thing is, if it was supposed, it would seem that my previous warning fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced the untruths of your original testimony with renewed lies? I'm so sorry, Governor Truth this see. We, out, Nash, cut it out! We blab now, you know what it'll do to us? What are they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bruv, come on, the game's up. But they all have my guts regardless. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. On the night in question, it is now apparent that you brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, we have to. On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Alright, witness testimony number 3. Alright, so we just got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief when the geezer showed us mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. Chucked me over the counter. I pulled me gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. Never had nothing to do with killing him, that's all that happened, I swear. Sussy. So you're now telling us that moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Well, yes. Sorry. Well? We find ourselves at an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time. This time, Nash, this time. You ain't got nothing more to hide. Very well. Counsel for the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. The moment I've been waiting for. Alright. Cross-examination number 3. Encounter with the victim. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door in the back room. Never had nothing to do with killing him. That's all that happened, I swear. Wait. This looks bad, sussy. The bloke was strong. But then if he was... Wait, if he went to the door, then Gina couldn't have shot him in the back. So... let's ask some more questions. Not for me, bro, weren't I? Was being flattened, don't forget. By a man whose shop was being burgled, yes? And then, the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him, is that it? Yes, that's it. Shoved me away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in. There's something about that last remark. Something that doesn't quite ring true. I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom.
What? Okay, Iris, you got something to say?
Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun.
Ah, yes, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and forced him to open the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hands again?
I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it?
This little inconsistency could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and Bruv here. That's right, Nash, that's right. Me and Bruv here. Alright. Let's look at the history. Let's look at the logs. Maybe there's something here. Got B away, then ran off through that door and shut himself in. He got on like that, then he legged it through that door in the back room. Don't fuck me over the counter. Ask more questions. And that counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, of course we did. Knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull whatnot. Got tangled in some marionette, and knocked over a picture frame, and knocked some scales on the floor. So in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shocked you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Bro here went flying over that counter like a gunshot, I can tell ya. And Nash, you did. If you hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station by a secret cable from the pawnbrokery. A button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back onto the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windybank, he did everything he could to protect his shop. Gun, then you legged it through that door into the back room. Wait, so if they had found Gina in there, then I don't know what evidence to present for this, but basically, it's like, if Gina was already there, then how would she have shot him in the back? And it's not like he fell at the door. Like, there's nothing on the door itself, I don't think. Door in the back room. So we could examine this. Anything on the door that we could so look at the logs. And then door. Something about that last remark of the away. That door and shut himself in. Let me save first. What we're dealing with here is like something. What we're dealing with here is... So whatever thing that we have, whatever thing we have is probably has something to do with this. Oh, look at that! That's totally changed shape just from one little button press. Well, that is what the button's for, Bruno. You're just like Hurley. You boys love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys? Says the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see that it really is a stereoscope, can you? Right? It's actually pretty impressive how they managed to get all this flat. Wait, there's something here. I have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see? And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see the image in 3 dimensions. The important thing to get right is the position of the 2 prints. I don't know who came up with the idea of a stereoscope, but it's really quite fascinating. So, hold my gun on him and then he'll... Okay, so, like, the issue that we're taking here is that is that of the door. Like, he couldn't have just gone into the door. Save. Okay, it's not that one. Okay, this is mad confusing. Well, these brothers were willing to reveal this time, isn't it? They're still hiding something, don't you think? Yes, I'm sure of it, and not just a minor detail either. Almost certainly because of these two, that poor Mr. Windibank. Well, you can't let them get away with it, you know. I know, but I get the feeling that there's even less evidence at my disposal this time to prove that they did it. Yeah, indeed. Come so far. Now it's time to finish them off. Well, I'll do my best. I think this is near the end of the trial. We got inside the gaff and heaved a sigh of relief and the geezer showed his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. Right, let's ask about this. You mentioned that Mr. Windibank shouted those words in your previous testimony too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them on the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, did we? But the truth is, he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim, Mr. Windibank, wielding a gun at the time? Was he ever? A great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me frontispiece. You definitely saw Mr. Windibank with the gun at that time, is that right? It is, Gup, it is. Spot on! Then all of a sudden, came at us, he did. Spat them, I didn't know who was going for who. We were clearly all going for each other. Copied at it, I mean... Alright, something about... So the suspects are about going into the door, right? So...
Well, we still have all the stuff that I save scummed for. Something autopsy report. So he went here and then he fell down like this. And then, but how could he have fallen down like that if the spoon was on his back? But then we need, like, something more, I guess. Something more. I, pressed it wrong. So, okay, what I think is... Oh, not that one. Wait, no! So, what I think... So this is where we have to present evidence. And the evidence that we present here would be... I'm going to do that door to the back room. I'm just trying everything. I'm just throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. Okay, I know for a fact that this is where we have to present something. I just don't know what we need to present. Uh-huh. Instant death through a single bullet wound from the back. No other signs of trauma. Okay, we already tried this one. And that one. And, I think also this one. Okay, as we can see, the only things that have moved, sort of, would be, like... the books. Try this picture. I'm sorry. I'm kinda dumb here. But I'm... Hmm. Door. Gun. Door. Thing. Blood samples. Story manuscript. Case files. Today's paper. Yeah. Pulled my gun on him and then he legged it through the door in the back room.
Me over the counter. Over the counter? What? Nothing seems correct right now. So... It had nothing to do with killing him. That's all that happened, I swear. Pulled my gun, and then he legged it through the front door and the back room. Let's look at the history again. Something that doesn't... Okay. Shoved me away, and then ran off through that door, and then shut himself in. In which case, how did the gun end up in his hands again? Okay, something about the gun ending up back in his hands. Let's just try to find the right evidence. Maybe the gun itself? So if he was holding the gun, then... Oh. Yeah, sorry, it's a... my brain is just not braining right now. Gun. I'll just use the chat for notes again. Oh man, my brain is just not working right now. Gun. Is this your gun? Went through the front door into the back room. I think we already presented these. Where's the gun? The gun is with Gina, then. Maybe that gun he bellowed, and then he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we'd had it. Wait a minute, so if this happened between, supposedly this... I feel like I'm getting there, but... I feel like I'm getting warmer. Okay, let's... So he had the gun. He had them. We did. Knocked over a load of blah blah blah, yada yada yada. Have we already asked about that? I just got inside and ask more about this. You say geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windebag? Who else? Sorry, I mean, that's right. It's keeping a close eye on the entrance, obviously, but we never thought no one was gonna come out the back room like that. The back room being the pawnbrokery storeroom. Yes, that must have been where he popped up from. Only place he could have been. But it would seem that the victim was already in the storeroom when these brothers entered the premises. Which means Ginny must have been in there at that point as well. But that doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windebag into the storeroom with her at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at the time? What, that bald tooler? Couldn't tell ya. No way, Cover. We had bigger fish to fry then. Maybe the old geezer just lost it. Okay, so... but then why would he have gone outside? This is all very confusing. How long did it take us how long did it take to solve the last puzzle? And then now there's this puzzle? Let me just move the chair to optimum sitting position. Give me that. Okay, so it's like, give me that gun. Definitely, I think, this is where we need to present evidence, because that's just... They pulled their gun, and then he just ran back. But then when they fired it, it was at the wall. Give me a minute. I think we already gave all of the news, like... But then, well, gun, door, help. It's just like watching me suffer, don't you? I can do this myself, so... Samples of... blood samples, gun... Alright, I pulled my gun, and then he... ran into the back room. Something is... But then how would he have gotten the gun back? So the gun probably would have already been with, say... That... Wait a minute, So it's implied that they took the gun, right? Used. This was the weapon. This was what was used to... And then here's this one. I think I already presented this, so... Okay, I'll just write notes in the chat again. Guns. Supposedly, both. But then how did he get the gun back? Examine this gun. Might be something that we haven't. Oh. Might be something we haven't seen yet. Oh. That gun and he flew at us like he was possessed. I thought we had it. Wait, so if he already had a gun, then... Was he armed? Wait, I need to check for one more detail. Is he armed? Back room. That makes sense. If Gina. Why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? See the accused at the time. Those words of you, wasn't he? Victim wielding a gun at the time? Okay, thank you. Was he ever? Wait! Okay, both of them were armed! So both of them were armed, and then, supposedly... pulled my gun and then legged it through the... and then he went through... But then how would he, So both were armed. They were, supposedly he had the gun barrel pointed at... Like, they were both kind of, like, trying to go at each other. And then... But then how would Gina have gotten the gun? And then... Let's just... Anyone got any clues? Anyone got any clues? I'm... kinda lost right now. I already presented the floor plan, the photograph, this one. I think the gun itself, yeah. Something else about this gun. Good stream and passing out. Okay. Thanks for coming. Anyone have any idea what this might be? I think I've already, just to make sure, I'll present this gun. Okay, no. Okay, things I already presented. The guns. Both pictures. This thing. The autopsy report. Everything else I don't really know how they could possibly be evidence. Oh, I'm a little confused. Maybe I'm just not thinking very clearly right now, but right, let's get our facts straight. Both of them had guns at this point. And somehow but then the shop owner was asking to give that gun, and then somehow he got got the gun pulled on him, and then he was sent running back into the room. I don't really know what evidence I should be giving for this, but this is what we should be doing. Gun. Okay. My brain. My brain is fried, but then the answer will come to us eventually. Things I already... Okay, so just... The stuff I already presented, are this one, this one, this one, this one, this, this. So...
let's just ask. You say you had nothing to do with it? Nothing at all. Nothing of nothing. The old geezer went and shut himself in the back room, didn't he? Locked it was, from the inside. We know it was because we tried to open it. It is a decent door, that one. Good and strong. Didn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina. But indeed appears so. What say you to that, Counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank? Okay, I mean, there has to be. I can't just throw Gina under the bus like that. Mr. Skulkin. Huh? What? What's that look for? From the moment he admitted that he'd encountered the victim face to face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What is your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windibank? And is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer at all. That was all I had to do! I was, like, really hung up at... Could have just asked that question. You have my attention? In that case, let us return to this plan of the premises. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts. So pray, what other possible answer to the question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must now provide answers to the court in respect of 2 conundrums. 2, my lord! Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And furthermore, where was the victim at the time? Well... Understood, my lord. Are you alright, Rina? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I am sure about. If I can prove that there is a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change China's prospects hugely. So now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan the answers to the questions posed by his lordship. If you believe someone else could have killed the victim, indicate from where that person could have fired the gun. Okay, this is a bit more tricky. If this one, I definitely need to save for. I accidentally pressed load instead of save. Muscle memory. Let's just go past this one again. Tap 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 tap. Tap 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 tap. Okay. I'll save correctly this time. Wait, I have to roll an Uma Musume. Okay, it says that, okay, it says that... I'll save from here. Save from where that person could have fired a gun. So they went in here. There was something about this thing over there, and then, counter, huh? Around here, I think. The culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Well, the door could have been... Well, you know, he might have been on his way there. Before, culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windebank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. A stain of blood on the storeroom floor. It doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which tells us that he was almost certainly shot while he was in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is, where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you are adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom? Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, he pulled me gun on him and then he led it through that door into the back room. Mr. Windebank ran away through the door. We have to assume that the door was open at the time. It was at precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had the perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom. Ah! Do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard's coroner. His report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Poor man, shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Ah, of course! He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it would still have entered his body on an upward trajectory. So the culprit isn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windebank? Objection! What now? I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. You claim the victim was shot as he fled into the room? You also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? Ah, but hey, I got the Admire Vega power card in Uma Musume from the free rolls. Yay! Just thought I'd mention that. Someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. Present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the storeroom door from inside? Well, I mean, the answer here is obvious, but I'm just gonna save that. I'm gonna save just in case. You see, the person who locked the door was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time, the defendant, Gina. That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. I'm inclined to agree, I must say. Well, counsel? Yes, that's a tricky one, that, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in my courtroom, counsel. Remember that, please. But of course Ginny would have locked the door. That almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Ginny in that situation, I know I would have locked that door as quickly as I could. I mean... Those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yes, obviously. Before the two brothers arrived, Mrs. Stroud and Mr. Windibank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windibank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? That's us, bruv. Your theory is correct. That would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victim fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape danger. Bang! Hit in the back by the bullet, Mr. Windibank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what did the defendant have done? Hi! Hello! What would the defendant have done in that moment? Why is nobody watching right now? Well, everybody just seems to be busy. Ah, I see where you're going with this. Shame, because this is a really exciting part of the story. Outside the storeroom was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windibank. As soon as that thought struck Mrs. Stroud, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life. We ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gub. We ain't. You're just gonna believe us. I mean, come on, we never shoot no one. It's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There is only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity. Have been the true perpetrators of Mr. Windibank's murder. Where does this leave us? You mean to say it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all? I should have known it was those three brothers. They look as shady as the dense forest. That was amazing, Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know, first time ever, and probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they'll have to give a verdict if not... Another admirable effort, my learned friend. What's this now? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing. I myself find the defense's argument most persuasive. Now, I dare say, such chicanery is the bread and butter of the street performers in your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable... I'm not sure if I can say that word. The hypothesis you put forward so ostensibly credibly cannot and will not stand. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. A fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say! Might be an idea to explain this belly conjuring trick or whatever it is to the troops on the ground. The fatal flaw, as my learned friend's argument, is really very simple to understand. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets? Oh dear. You know this then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Counsel? Yes, sir? Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two. 2 bullets. Correct. The first that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life, and the second that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier in the proceedings. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appears to have passed through the... Oh, okay. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. The revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windibank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. The evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed, it does! A single bullet from each! Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if the single bullet was fired from each brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, it means when the bank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only one bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponian street performer presented an ostensibly credible argument. However, it was never anything more than a diversionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Oh. He's so for real right now. The whole... That's an injury. Somebody could have gotten hit by that. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. No, the person in the dock is far from a She has a past riddled with criminal conduct. Truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with loathsome intent. As we can see beyond that in this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with a murder weapon, I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. A disc! Be taken that whatever it is in McGill that's down to the yard, thank you very much. No, don't give it to him, it's mine, that is, mine! I'm sorry, miss. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGill that has to be taken in as evidence now. Yes, that music box disc, McGilden's music box disc. Very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windebank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. And with none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious! Make no mistake, any sympathy for the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There are no deaths to which girl would not stop if pushed, no crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel, as a grim testament to the defendant's character. Hold it! Lord Van Zieks, Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Inspector? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and, I think it was agreed that the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's this all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? It's the first time he said anything to Van Zieks at all. Unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions, right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I'm the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. Prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting this disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Well, if... Alright. Prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. There's nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decisions and rest my case. So... I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once for all of 5 minutes. Oh dear, it wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord! Wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about in a bit of a fog right now, if truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer's probably obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh no. Very well, the court will hear from the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your leanings as to the defendant's culpability. Guilty! And this is the most easily convinced jury ever. Like, you could say... You could say anything. And all have the memories of goldfish. Like, all that stuff that we presented just doesn't matter anymore. Caroline, I wrote that for Hurley. Oh, how dare he use it against us? Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. Still more to this case than we realized. There must be, because there's one thing that I'm absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windebank. That's beyond any doubt. Very well. We'll proceed with the second summation examination of the day. Mr. Foreman, are you and the other jurors ready? Paradigm Squadron is primed and ready for action, sir. Very good. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we'll each explain on what grounds you have now determined the defendant to be guilty. Alright. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed to us law-abiding citizens. As only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say the whole case is done and dusted. You don't need a stereoscope to see the truth here. Every which way you look at it, as it was that pickpocket. I never imagined that simple operation would cause me such grief. I don't think Mr. Surgeon is all there. The accused attempted the theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I'm a ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. It seemed that there is little remaining room for doubt. I have to admit, I was rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black, but when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I had jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more. Whole courtroom is turning against me. Not fair! Iris, that prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done something she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. Here's to the truth coming out, eventually. Oi! That's enough preamble. Counsel, proceed with the summation examination. Yes, my lord. Whoa, we get a... There's a boing noise. If you listen carefully, there's a boing. Let me turn up the volume a bit. I never imagined that simple operation. Okay, he's very out there. Alright, let's ask him about guns. I thought you were just a tourist. May I help you? Yeah, you can press the command. You can press like the exclamation point command like you would on Twitch. You know. Hey, he's just a visiting tourist. So, you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah, I have lived through many, how do you say? Extreme, violent, wrath of... No, blood of... Ah, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps. Ah, those, extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue, indeed. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Man, I don't think he... Something I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He's very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please, only in Russian language. Not very confident in his knowledge of English, though, is he?
Oh, still, we should bear it in mind. These aren't kind if there's a mystery about guns or bullets. Fancy X has managed to convince everyone. We have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. If we're going to fight back, we need more material. And we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. Bullets. Has you convinced? Only 2 bullets were fired, and the 2 guns that were fired had been examined by the police. When the parlor maid asked me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like to find china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So, I suppose there was another bullet somewhere of which we were unaware. I'd have to reconsider my position. A 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene? Could that be possible? Wait. Let's check the court record. So we have the one that was shot, and then the other one... Basically nothing else was damaged from the... Wait, what about that disc, huh? This is wrong! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear, but definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Ah, then it's my time to shine again. Thought I'd be waiting forever. Alright, hold still. We get this done quickly, Iris, in a flash. Probably right shade again. Wait, the color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, isn't it? The blood samples portfolio has been updated in the court record. That's the man you defended in court a couple months ago, isn't it, Bruno? Yes, or rather, mistakenly defended. What about his name is doing in the back of this disc? That's a question I'd love to know the answer to myself. Alright, the blood is green, and we have to prove the existence of a 3rd bullet somehow. Okay, completely empty. Only 1 bullet. And here. Ammunition still loaded and 5 of it is revolver 6 cylinders. Only a single shot has been fired from it. Bullet that hit. Okay, so we have the one that hit Mr. Scholz and the one that hit Mr. Windigan. So if we were to prove that a 3rd bullet exists, we have green here and the music box. I can't really think. Only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during the investigation. Yes, I know. Right. I don't imagine the good men of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed the boat while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, I doubt. He should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. A 3rd bullet. It would completely turn things around if there was one, wouldn't it? You think we might find one lying around somewhere?
need to press on about the whole bullet thing. Try to prove it. Allow me to show you then the third bullet. So on the crime scene, like specifically, right? Story manuscript, the quote, notes, autopsy report, gun was empty gun, brother's gun. Wait a second. Alright, I'm back. Wait. So, so, then all of the other bullets would have stayed inside the gun. I'll save here. But I've already spent this whole stream overthinking even the tiniest details. So... Sent this one. I don't suppose this one passes a third bullet. It passes for a bullet as much as you pass for a lawyer, my learned friend. Coming from you, I'm gonna take that as meaning not much. No way does it resemble a bullet, if that helps your understanding of my last remark. Huh. Counsel, at the very least I would expect the evidence you present to be in the correct form. Wait, so you have to show a bullet itself? Right. How would we make the bullets fall out? Let's examine the evidence a bit more. There's something that needs to be clicked. How would one remove the bullets from this gun? Or does it have nothing to do with this gun at all? Okay, maybe it's hidden in one of the items that we have. Suppose it would be inside, like... Oh, not Iris's manuscript. Wait, Iris, how are we supposed to find this? Something bullet-like, I guess? Basically the only thing that you could... Basically the only thing that you could observe on this is just... I don't think you can actually remove the bullets from this gun. Okay, not the stereoscope. about the characters in Pink First Wonder. It's in the newspaper. Nah. Newspaper's as flat as ever. Have we thoroughly examined the guns yet? Can we click boom, anything else? Click boom, that happened. Let's crime scene photograph. Wait, so there might be something in one of these pictures. Cat? No. Notes. Wait, I think we need to... Already saved here. Okay, I only have one life. Okay. I think I know what to do now. bullets in this gun, and that gun was part of the crime scene. This is so frustrating. Yep, like that. Supposed to do that. Well, it's not officially a command. Like I don't have it registered on Twitch, but yeah, that's basically how it works. I don't have commands on YouTube. Basically only on Twitch. Is that Turking from Hit Game Battle Bricks? VTuber model. Well, this one was pretty hard to make. You could probably find some budget ones, like pre-made ones that you can customize. There's a lot of those actually, and a lot of them look really good. Like there's that one like sort of Omori looking one. It's pretty good. And then there's a lot of other customizable models that you could possibly use for VTuber purposes. And it plays it's although I will say commissioning one is pretty expensive. I basically made this one that I'm using right now myself. So but then it's also really hard and very time consuming, and for it to move the way I wanted to, I had to do a lot of trial and error and all that. So, what you don't pay in money, you basically pay in time. Anywho, the third bullet. Just be a VTuber of a turkey. Like, oh yeah, there are very simple VTubers, like little creatures and animals and stuff. And if you want, there's PNG tubers. I used the PNG tuber model for most of my like before I got this one. And I had a pretty cool one that could track track my face. I mean, it didn't track my face, but like my eyes would move with my mouse, and the mouth would move according to how I would talk. It's kind of similar to how the VTuber mouth is moving right now, but still in a more PNG-ish form. "3D turkey leg." Oh yeah, Vroid. Vroid is free and has customization, but I think the 3D tracking software is different. So, about government secrets being leaked to foreign agencies. So, like, I have homework, but I don't want to do it. Well, at least there's a. You could stay and watch. Just watch while I fret over the details of this case. Where is the third bullet? Is there a third bullet? Am I just kind of pulling shit out of my ass? How do you... Okay, so, like, theoretically speaking, how would one possibly remove the... bullets from this gun? Let's just give this as an answer, and then... Here, for a busy day. I've got to say, stop. Do excuse me, stop. I'm a communications officer, stop. A communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all the messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world? Thousands of miles of cable under the sea, stop. Worldwide communication network, stop. Information transmitted, stop. Ah, yes. I was getting equally worked up about radio waves on the night before. You're on the last case, Gabe? Wait, this isn't the last case, I think. There's still a few. Okay, the last case of the first part of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, because this is basically 2 Great Ace Attorney games. Yeah, the last case of the first part. Sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Let's just finish the trial first, shall we? Okay, let's ask. Guy. I have 1 life, yes. Yes! So, if you have the 2 bullets, I don't suppose you can see anything useful with them. I think you'll find that no matter how much you spend, the truth of the situation always looks the same here. The only person who could have shot the victim is that girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Yeah, I'm using, the Japanese dub. Think about it, the Skulkin brothers shot the 3 detectives, didn't they? Yes, that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming to focus now, isn't it? This is a waste of time. I'm not gonna change this man's mind anytime soon. What is it, Mr. Swinton? The thing is, I couldn't really say that there's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet had simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? I almost don't want to ask, but the surgery you've been muttering around about this time, you were operating on... What was the fellow's name now? Herlich? No. Herlock? No. Hairlock. Herlock Sholmes by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow! What? You're the surgeon who operated on the... So Mr. Sholmes probably has a scalpel stuck in his innards right now. It's crazy! The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said he had been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up like a shot. But the funny thing is, I went over his insides with a fine-tooth comb and couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw up my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but yes? Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting. Counsel for the defense is correct, as is clearly shown in this photographic print. The bullet that the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and launched into the shop wall when the calendar was hanging from the door. I think you'll find this really quite simple if you consider the problem 3-dimensionally. What do you think I am, son? Juror number 4 is about the best I can go. As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did. And there wasn't a trace of injury. No sign that the bullet had left the body at all. What? That's the point! The only logical conclusion was that the bullet was still somewhere in the man's innards! Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up! I'm still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how this happened? What's much of a mystery is how this jury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is an expert when you need one. Alright. Let's ask the guns expert. Those 2 statements clearly contradict the idea that all I do is pit jurors against each other. Oh, a ballistics expert. Hitting? P-I-T-T. He got shanked by a bullet? That's called getting shot, I think. Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers, but since there was no sign of an exit wound in his back, we must assume that the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello, my name is Villain. His name Villain? That was his name! It's apparent contradiction in the Max was so... Oh yeah, that was the name. Who was a guy in the... Okay, the... Okay, he was a guy from the newspaper from the second case. He was not the guy that the girl was trying to disguise herself as. Okay, all the thoughts are coming back to my head now. I've seen very similar situation in Motherland. Huh? It was night. There was blizzard. I was running away along mountain road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask too many questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. And this situation is very similar to what I hear today from Doctor. They could not find bullet in my body and no sign of, how you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, why did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. A deep wound that looks just like bullet wound. Good gracious! Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside me. And that's the solution to the mystery of disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all! The shooting happened in a pawnbroker shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Bruno? Where exactly was Hurley shot again? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Imagine I'm touching my stomach. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch in his belt. A pouch? Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in his investigations. What? Really? Doctor, where's the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well, the fellow had nothing like that in his person when we arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Or Vadzias? While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question. Well, that's convenient. Sorry? I thought I was getting forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all other evidence relating to the case. I personally vouch for the fact that it has not been touched since the incident occurred. Very well. While extremely unconventional during a summation examination, I must demand the prosecution presents the item in question with all speed. Bring forth Mr. Herlock Sholmes' pouch! See, so this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question, isn't it? Look at that! One of the vials is broken and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the vial exploded. Exploded? So, that night, a bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Mr. Sholmes' pouch. And it was the glass vial exploding that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into the wall of shop. But then that means there's still 2 bullets. A delightfully complex aroma. Well, it would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Though it has no bearing on the truth of this case. Bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective, and the accused shot the pawnbroker. Pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. Yeah, thank you very much. Glad I could help. Due to its bearing on the conundrum to solve, the court will sequester the scruffy pouch as evidence. Nice pouch, is it scruffy? Let's look at the pouch. Can I get a VTuber model with a grand total of $0? I think there are actually some that you could get for free. Free main ones. Free or relatively low price. Is there something wrong with my... Oh, everything's fine. But then there, what was I gonna do? Check the... Really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken! Look! This must be where the bullet hit them. Let me see. Oh my god, that's it! Bullet number 3! What the? Iris, look! Behind where the broken vial was. Do you see it? That's the Falcon Brothers bullet! What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is, there were 3 bullets fired at Winterbanks that night. We found exactly what that juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet! Time to press that juror again, I think. Wait, don't steal. Stealing is bad. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue, and you can't afford to overlook anything here, Inosuke. There's still a way to turn this around, somehow. I'm sure of it. Alright, let's, ask her. Mata! Yes. Alright, we can prove it now. This is what I lost my 2nd life over. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes! On the night in question at Windybank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. Hold it! What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did we find that bullet? It was lodged inside Mr. Sholmes' pouch. What? Where was Jojo posing in court? The pouch was removed from around Mr. Sholmes' waist before he was taken to hospital. And since then, it has been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, as your lordship has surmised, it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Sholmes. It's clearly visible in this photographic print. Ah! 2 guns from the scene have already been submitted into the court record as evidence. Yes, that of Mr. Windybank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. An examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. What did that must mean? That's right. We now know that on the night in question, 3 bullets were fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. And until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. We broke him. Are they just gonna stop it now? I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Caliph, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Wait a minute, I'm out of water. I'm gonna go get some water. I'm back. I have water now, so let's continue. Witnesses? Governor! Were you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was! Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. A third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? Make of it, Gov. I done make nothing of nothing if I can help it, Is it one of yours? Gore blimey, Gov! Gore blimey! Not a chance! In that case, did you have an accomplice? What? Never! The Skulkin brothers work alone! It's just the two of us! That's our trademark! How soon we forget poor Sulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Tell me that's an head stretcher. Sussy. I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm from whence it came. Thinking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I think I'm starting to form a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers. Alright, I'll save here, because I only have 1 life left. They have a secret accomplice. They have another gun. It has nothing to do with them. Well, if it's... Wait, they mentioned having another they mentioned somebody else that they were, like, taking orders from. Let's go with this one. That night at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been working with a third man. The witnesses are clearly doing their best to cover up the existence of this accomplice. But the evidence all points back that there was someone else present, someone carrying a gun! Does everybody JoJo pose in court? Am I allowed to JoJo pose in court? An accomplice, you say? Pig swill. Protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet in all that time, There has not been a murmur of a third man. If this apparently rat-like being exists... Wraith-like, sorry. This is... How much do they have to clean up? Ah. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. And secondly, the identity of this spurious character. The Skunkins are lying, I know that. But, how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, counsel? I'm supposed to prove the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity, even. In response to the prosecution's demands, my lord, the defense is... Wait a minute. We have enough evidence to prove the existence of someone else? Wait a minute. I think we can. The guy. Mr. Benedict! Ex-Benedict guy! This to be interesting. So what we need, I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I need to use every single piece of evidence available to me as if it will make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask you to present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moments leading up to the death of the victim, what proof have you that there was a third intruder present at the scene? Right? Okay. How are we supposed to present this? Like, the disc, what I want to present is the disc here, which has the same blood sample as the same blood sample as the calendar that got splattered. So the evidence is right here in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, isn't it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers itself? Be more specific. Okay, none of those blood samples proves the presence of this third intruder. Well, which one is it? Right, which one should I... Wait, there's green... Okay, the green that got, the green that's here and the green that's on this disc. Like, they're the exact same shade of green. This is the blood sample that proves it. What? That wasn't the... That blood or goo? It's blood. Oh, because Iris has this device that allows you to change blood into different colors, which is supposed to be useful, and is actually quite useful here. Maybe I should present the disc. Well, you don't get to choose the color. Iris's device chooses the color. doing the epic strategy, pretending I know what is happening while knowing nothing. Well, you're in a murder mystery right now. Ace Attorney stuff. Is the joke that her name is Iris? I actually didn't realize that. Alright, it has to be this one. What am I looking at here? There appears to be some green paint or such like around the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That's a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Green blood. Curious even for you. Is the court to understand that the intruder was some unhuman creature? Yes, the intruder was actually an alien. Those are the facts of the case here. So, it's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective! New invention! Stop! Not yet appeared in stories! Stop! Wow, we've got a lot of Sholmes fans up here. This, you see, it doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in people's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yeah, she's explaining it right now. Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. So by seeing what color it changes to, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole other extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom, stop. Very exciting, stop. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Winterbank. Ah, a striking blue. Yes, so you see, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shot. Well, it's not Sholmes. Now hold fire there, young man. Could be some unrelated incident, couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. The date showing on the calendar is the date on which Mr. Winterbank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulking brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries. Which means it must be the blood of somebody else, the third intruder. Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. We can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who is this alleged third intruder? I think it's Mr. Benedict. Mr. Eggs Benedict over here. The man's name is Egbert Benedict. Egbert Benedict? What are you talking about, Counsel? He paid a visit to Winterbank's pawnbroker on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. That's right! The man identified by the defense, Mr. Egbert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Yes, the article in question belongs to me. I demand for it to be returned at once. Now that's a lie! What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat. Music box discs. I like how this guy is just JoJo posing. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate this account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. That's more or less what happened. And in the interest of being thorough, I asked Winterbank for a print showing the fellow. Ah! Taken from one of his red-hatted recorder gunnses. Yes, that's him talking to Mr. Winterbank that morning. And you claim this man is the brother's accomplice? Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin? Never seen the geezer before in my life. On my life, Gov, on my life, never seen him. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears that our witnesses disagree with the assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned body's friend's actual assertion, which is that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence. I agree. We must see the proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph isn't the filthy criminal you say he is. Oh boy, this is it? The final moment? This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something has been missing in this trial from the very start, but now I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. Are you ready to present your answer to the court then, counsel? Yes, my lord. The defense will present the evidence now. Proof that the man pictured in this photographic print is in fact the person struck by the third bullet. Alright, I'll save it here. Okay, basically, it's found in his procession. Okay, I can't present anything here, I think. The proof is right here in this portfolio. Oh, gracious, counsel, does that portfolio gain the answers to every— Well, it's been quite useful lately. Court demands to see further evidence. Alright, it's this one. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windibanks, which is when the aforementioned Egret Benedict appeared on the screen. The stream. I'm brain rotted. That's correct. Yep, Eggs Benedict is indeed cooked. Following this, that a minor incident occurred. Flashback. But of course, sir, here is the disc for you. Very well. Then I shall bid you farewell. Say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine! Wait, what do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal! Being a music box disc, it has had those small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface. Those protrusions caused Mr. Benedict's finger to bleed. And the resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Goodness, a blood stain, is it? My assistant and I have just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom. Using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green! It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Egret Benedict, who was in Windibanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. Don't get papery, let's just stable gotcha. The fogger gun and portfolio are carrying the defense right now. Yep. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Egret Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It certainly seemed that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. This has gone on long enough now, this flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law. What is it now? Sherlock Holmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. A protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes, a god of detection or such. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fantastical persona in the highest court in the land. Do you expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. So the bloodstain turned the shade of green. What of it? Here's to you successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Ah, well... And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholm's word for it. But, okay, there's too many things to line up. This guy hates me. Of course Mr. Sholm's invention isn't going to be recognized by any official body. But what other choice did I have? Come on, Iris. I'm just remembering what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, isn't it? Good grief! What did you just say, young girl? The summation examination? The decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yes, she's right. It could turn a different color, but the same shade of the color has to be something. Yes, and then I appeared okay. It's the same shade of the color in the same place. So obviously, there's just way too many factors. Unbelievable! Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd presses of the situation from shrewd presses of the situation. Presses? It's presses, right? Shrewd presses of the situation from an entirely unexpected source. It must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. Elementary, my dear Wilson. This is absurd! Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I am sure you will come to fair and just conclusions. Almost forgot that Queen Victoria existed there. This is set in Victorian England, after all. I was wondering how Elizabeth II has managed to stay alive or time travel. Yeah, apologies to Queen Victoria for forgetting.
Muzoi!
Not guilty!
Muzai.
Muzai! Yuzai!
Yuzai.
Muzoi!
Those chairs sure are high-tech. We got the flames, but I didn't notice the chairs would change color. 2 call guilty, 4 call not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination. Bro, give it up already! On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half... Well, whose conclusion is half-baked, good sir? Sorry, my Franziacs, but the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. This trial will continue. Ah! We've ruined him. Man, it just brings me joy to see him go in the... to see him completely broken. Why isn't there music? I fear that will be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Agrit Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it! Just when come on. The prosecutor is petty. I like petty. Preach. Honestly, same. Did I say something? Who is that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. You're number 5? What have you say, madam? If possible. Inspector? Me? I wonder if you might show the photographic print to me again, the one in which the gentleman is shown. Ah, right, yes. Oh, right, yes, this one you mean, of Mr. Benedict. Yes, there's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5, you don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No! Good gracious! Number 5, how on earth? I'm a communications officer. Stop. As we can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also a communications officer. Stop, he works in my office. Stop. Wow, that's a very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop tapping away on the telegraph. Stop. This doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagined the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. Honestly, I thought actor was a theater actor. It's a bit unexpected to find out he has a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. But yeah, this is a crazy coincidence. Like, imagine, like, you're the criminal in this situation. And then one of the jurors is like, hold on, I know who that is! Lord Fanzix, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. When were the criminals ever hardened? Honestly, none of these criminals look particularly hardened. Not even the suspected ones. Not even the like the swan lady from, okay, the closest that we've gone to hardened probably would be the swan lady from the first case. I would like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well. Court is adjourned until 1:40 p.m. Yay, lunch break. Wow, this is a particularly long trial. I'm expecting that to be the end of it. Looks like we'll be going to 8-hour streams. Okay, probably not. 8-hour streams are, I think, one of the closest is the dudes in the third game. I think I'll spoil it by saying who. Okay, I guess who the criminal is would be spoilers. So, I do plan on playing the rest of the Ace Attorney games because I'm having a lot of fun right now and I want to try the rest of the other games. Just gotta remember to save. Trials are way longer. Takes way more than 4-hour stream. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Sydney! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? The point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Oh, you saw it? The picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I didn't think it could have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees it's gonna think I did it, didn't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of shock when the prosecution first presented it to court. Really gotta have your doubts about me now. Y'all can still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Minnie? Why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? You know, cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It's after we had up dinner at your place. Right, Iris? We all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yes, I remember. that, I just couldn't get to sleep. I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1, Windybank's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like, something what he don't want people reading. So that's why I lied to Iris about sticking the plug with Windybank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea about all that was going to take off, did I? I struck the lock and stuck inside. It was as dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp and counter a bit of it, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Ah! I died, I did, and next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. Hello, I'm back. Can you do the Bane voice for Overlord Brenda? Okay, I'll do this one line. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The Mantle script. Have you got it there? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story. I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. It's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd soon die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it's here, that's all. British, so I can't be... I'm sorry for my, extremely fake British accent attempts. Ace Attorney for people who haven't played Ace Attorney. Well, yeah, this is my first Ace Attorney game, like, ever. I want to know if Sholmes really popped it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. For pity's sake. Stop waving my gun around, would you? But this is what happened according to Gina. So then they all come unlocked the storeroom door and then we both went inside. It's there alright, the Mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny? Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out of the main bit of the shop. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, this is some burglars convention here tonight that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. Sorry, that voice is really strained in my throat. They back into the storeroom, like he said, straight in the ears in the dark to hear what was going on. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should up, see? So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when... Bang! Bang! I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there he was, right at my feet. Lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cub's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. Got funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after all that, I don't remember nothing. Oh, she just fainted from shock. That was one of the things that we were kind of confused about earlier. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cub might have still been alive. Didn't you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, didn't they? All they said was if I keep telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. Alright, Ginny, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Yeah, you really got a feel for Gina. Oh, what was there in the afternoon? Have you received your prescript today? That Eggert Benedict? I remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he is involved somehow. Actually, okay, I haven't played any previous Ace Attorney games, but I have seen memes about it, a lot of the Ace Attorney name and all that. Apparently, there's a character in one of the other games whose name is just real name. Whose name is just real name. I've also heard of Dead Man. How am I liking the game so far? I mean, I've played through all the other cases. I'm having a lot of fun. Solving the cases is really fun for me. You know, I'm really getting engaged in all this story and stuff. This isn't, I mean, I guess this is, yeah, for my first Ace Attorney game. But this isn't my first story-heavy game. He's the realest name, dude. I'm glad you enjoyed the game. Yes, I mean, I wouldn't be playing it if I didn't. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? Leave it on Runo's capable hands now, Ginny. Mr. Naruto? Mr. Naruto? Yes. How come you trust me? I don't get it. Actually, that just reminded me of this video I watched of someone speaking Japanese with a Scouse accent. Konnichiwa, lad. Something like that. Have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and Magilda, we told you a whole pack of lies. He got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. No. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? Could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. No, you're not. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And as strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Bruno. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Man, I miss Kazuma. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. I was wrong. Only he wasn't dead. As soon as my trial began, it was very obvious. He had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. In turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Believe in me! Believe in the man that believes in you, that believes in me, that believes in you! gilded. I know that. That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than we think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone that we can trust. Yes! Believe in the Ryanosuke that believes in you. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. I also need your help in hiring a lawyer. Mr. Narada, Captain Gina Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. It was truly our great ace attorney. Final chapter, the final battle. Well, the final battle for this particular game anyway. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. And I miss Kazuma. All I have to be is a witness and a prosecuting lawyer, and then my collection will be complete. Isn't there like the series of games where you play from Edgeworth's perspective? So I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zieks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's presses of the case heard by the court this morning. There's 2 games in the Edgeworth lineup. Oh, just like this one. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. Like, the Edgeworth games only received localizations fairly recently. I think, like, last year. Last year or last year. My cracking freezes like that, it means I'm drinking water. There's no drinking water animation. I mean, I guess I could make one, but it's it would require a lot more art meshes. Second Edgeworth investigations didn't even get localized until the remake. Yeah, speaking of, like, this was a question that was brought up in my first playthrough of Great Ace Attorney. Like, what did you think about the 3D, the transition of the series to 3D? Because, you know, the original was like 2D sprites, and then they were going, oh! We'd see all that, and then there was... So, what did you think about the game's transition to 3D? Does it feel weird? Because I know I'm a Pokemon fan. The transition to 3D for Pokemon is kind of rough, even especially as of recently. But when Pokemon X and Y came out, it was like, whoa, that's crazy! The game didn't look the worst. Like, X and Y, Sun and Moon, in my opinion, actually looked pretty good. But Sword and Shield, Scarlet Violet obviously left a lot to be desired, like, graphics-wise. Great Ace Attorney isn't the first 3D Ace Attorney. Okay, I see. My lord! Who's this? The subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you. Tell him to the stand without delay. Mr. Edward Benedict, if that even is your real name. Certainly not like this. Oh hey, he's still there. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You are appraised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. You know, yeah, this is how I learned from football that Ashley is actually a male name in the UK. At least, yeah. Sure. It's actually fairly common as a male name. Something to do with a murder that took place at this pawnbroker on Baker Street. By Egbert Benedict. Shouldn't his name be Graydon? Was British English? Well, wait, do the British spell grey like with an A or with an E? Because I'm pretty sure grey with E was the American spelling, and grey with A was. Wait a minute. Let's look at the 50 Shades of Grey, which was released in America, was spelled with an E. I'm not sure this is why I'm having a... Oh, Grey is... Okay, because Gray was the name of the guy in the book, so that's probably why they spelled it that way. Oh well, inconsistency. That's the accusation indeed. This really is beyond the joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Maybe it's like Graydon because it's like a name. It's a British-Scottish name. It's not American related. Fair, fair. Even in court! Gladly, my lord. Gladly. Oh boy, more witness testimony. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place in the night of murder? Yeah, he is indeed 1000% guilty. Over 9,000, even. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. You wanna, like, cut yourself now? Some Scaramouche detectives! Homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Is Scaramouche an adjective? This is the first time I've seen it as an adjective. I guess that would explain why he's doing the fandango in court. No, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed and self-possessed detective. Hold on, I need to... Water. My golly! How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Wait, so we've been here the whole day? Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchante. So? Ah! I trust we can conclude this quickly. Oh, but I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Alright, let's cross-examine. Occasion to make use of are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs in great place? Let's ask him about the thugs. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. That is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, the British government, actually. Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene.
Mata!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate between— Spare me the science lesson! Dude, I was reading that! Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Wait.
Shut up!
You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? What? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. I've added up the year with this. How many times I've got to tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Bro Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin? Core, blimey, governor! You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Want to share to the classroom, good sir? Me thoughts? I don't know. It must have been him! No, me? Thinking? Absolutely not. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest God, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around it that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? Where to put the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him. And, dude, you're so bad at lying. Oh, Wells bells! Dun, 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 dun. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord! Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. That left arm you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. No, I refuse. I have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Must have been the wind. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery? My lord, defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's former testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Oh hey, I get all my lives back. Nice. Okay, let's... One of these has his name in it. Oh yeah, he doesn't write names on his... But like, I'm serious. I'm gonna be so for real. Redemption ticket. Like... Okay, that one of these tickets definitely has to be proof. The one given by Gina. Okay, this is the one given by... This is the one given by Gina, right? This was the one given by that guy. So... No, he will not check my arm as the quickest guild admission. Seriously, like, why is this still ongoing? He's mad guilty. Let's try to present this. Let's save first. Home-brewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. I have no intention of admitting this. Are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs? Alright, it's not that one. I can press him about this. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I am not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. No! You were there to redeem an article! I have no idea what you're talking about. Mr. Gregson? You have something to add, Inspector? Eh? Come again, Sunshine. Come again, Sunshine. You were there too. In fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Oh yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused all present, as I recall. And all at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Presley showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windybanks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictures bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Ferguson's getting paid off. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop in the afternoon in question. No point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. No. Come clean. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Oh, he's totally getting paid off. Oh, he's going, but then, with what money? Use the camera panning to Gregson as evidence? Well, sort of. That's what we do with the, press the other. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time. Have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Alright, let's check that court record, shall we? So, Picture of a cat. Picture of a cat. Samples, portfolio, the manuscript. Actually, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs? I have no intention of admitting to such a...
Mata!
You at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir. It's past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. Were you able to prove that? Are you? Listen carefully, my learned Bunny's friend, for you appear to be under a gross misapprehension at this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to... he kinda does. Oh, right, yes, that is ours to prove. Okay, my mistake. Oh, your arm. Silent victory wiggle. Thanks.
Mata!
Ask him about this. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, huh? Well... oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Now, as you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. Already presented the picture. What do we present here? Do we even present something here? We don't get the picture with him in it. I mean, he was there. I have no intention to admitting to such an outrageous thing. He's suggesting I have, well, I guess we could ask him about his use of pawnbroking services. What? I want to know the origin behind that name. Be serious. think I already went through this. Let's keep going. Have you anywhere, Bruno? Iris, what do you mean? Mr. Windbank never wrote the names of his customers on his redemption tickets, so you can't prove the ticket was his. That's exactly the problem here! Of course, she's right. Afraid? I'm going to need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. Irrefutable evidence. Oh, okay. That's... Arm. So, injured arm. Back, are you winning? Well, this is proving to be quite difficult. Paper. Autopsy report. To solve the case, you may need to think. I'm trying to think. We need to prove that he was there. No, he's just gonna if we leave him like that, he's just gonna keep saying, "Oh, I wasn't there." Egg, just Egg Benedict. Representation of samples portfolio items. Probably autopsy, crime scene photograph, arm, there. What? Okay, here are the things we can't use as evidence: blood samples, ticket. What about this music box thing? Let me just save here. Get the disc. Wait, the music stopped! Have you seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? The Chief Justice in England was originally known as Hato... Vortex? What kind of name is that? That sounds like a rock band, not a person. Somebody was you. Hey now, really? May have escaped your notice, but there was a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. The thumb mentioned! That was Yes, okay. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Take off your gloves, good sir. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon? Refuse to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that there is a small scratch consistent with a smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What? What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now. You admit you have a scratch on your thumb, or when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Order! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of... Oh, this is the worst defense ever, seriously. And you will see why I think a bit later. But in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Alright, witness testimony time. There's a note on the disc saying inform Matilda, but the item belongs to me. Sussy. Okay, if it's yours, then why is somebody else's name on it? Saying that Mr. McGilden and yourself were acquainted? I feel like that's way more incriminating. Yes, that's correct. Considering that, well... I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilden himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him even then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. He appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilden's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. Alright, let's cross-examine. Wait a minute. You're saying that Mrs. Stroud lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger and blocking the insalubrious areas for time. Mrs. Stroud did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. Came to the pawnbrokery that day, provided all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windibanks. You got your hands on Mr. McGilden's disc. Nonsense! I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? Conjecture these nuts! That made no sense. Yeah, it does sound quite good. It would make a nice ringtone or some notification thing. It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Granted, police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilden. As evidence. What is it, Mr. Gregson? Is something wrong, Inspector? Well, what do you mean? The last remark Mr. Braden made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No! No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilden's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine! What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly! You should know all about that! Magnus McGilden died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, and he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Fanzierks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. Mine is, if you want to get more out of me. I'm gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? I think there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zietz here. It would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. Been to Windibanks before? Only once for the purposes of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her. Is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pickers. Every choco moment. What are you thinking? Nothing. Well, clearly you want to tell the whole class what you're thinking. You're not slick, buddy! Let me ask him about this. Ow. Case is clear. Broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilden's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. There's no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of McGilden's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. have some evidence. Then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his, Crumble. Gildan slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. No doubt about it, that witness is lying through his poorly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left behind by Magilda as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day.
Oh, you're still going? Yep, hi! This is gonna be quite long.
I was expecting it to be over quite some time ago, actually. Care to explain how this belongs to you? Once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse while on an errand. I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. Think that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste I clean forgot that the music box disc was in his pocket. And yet, in fact, there's a note on it that reads, "For Magildan." I'm a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. Magildan at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. Oh, you guys like... Disc in question. It's a pre-production sample. Oh, you're one of those guys. You're one of those, you know, like you have to listen to the demo because it's gonna get a completely different experience and stuff. Me when I lie. Didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? Oh, because Magilda had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. If we dig too deeply here, then I suppose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Let's look at the history. See what we can present. Victim found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus on the day after her stabbing in the afternoon. After his testimony, so surprised Fred was his testimony is. Figured six of those notes were pretty handy. Save. Okay, I pressed the wrong button. I was gonna press like the present evidence button. Let's keep going. Okay, I think I have an idea. internet is dying, help. My sanity is dying. Well, given previous experiences with dying internet, I don't think I'm the most qualified person to help. This is a picture of a cat. Boy, we're about to get stuck again. I think I already pressed him about everything. He could be lying about redemption ticket being stolen. So this is okay, so this is the one that Gina had, and this is the one that I know there's something to. I know it might have something to do with the tickets. You mean this one? Okay, no, not okay. Definitely not the tickets. Okay. This was already taken by the police, but then, okay, what we need to prove is that there was something there that he might have broken in for. I'm gonna need to press a bit more here.
Matta!
Did my audio also break? Okay, internet's been a bit dodgy, so I don't know, the audio might have broken. Probably something of his in there. Gun. The other gun. Stereoscope. This one was already taken by the police. Examined him for everything.
robust hearing this music. I'm sorry. It's taking quite a while for me to come to a conclusion.
待った 待った どうだったか
Let's see what Gregson says again.
ちょっと
Right, different music now. Yay! Something like that, sunshine. I'll just try everything. Let's see what we can. The blood samples, the manuscript. Wait, what? Would he want the man? Okay, I think we mentioned the manuscript. Okay, probably not. We only mentioned that manuscript around Gina. What would he possibly want? Yeah. The question here is what does this guy want? What would he want if this was already taken by the police? And why would he break in? There must be something else of the girl that's still in there. Is it the pictures? Stereoscope? The stereoscope can't possibly belong to gun. Okay, what could I possibly... I'm drawing blanks here. Maybe the gun? Wait a minute! There's a box! I can't believe it!
disc was deposited at Windybank's and Magnus McGilden's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit. Shut the fuck up, let me explain. Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilden had another article in pawn at Windybanks, as the second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windybank's pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one, together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd! Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night. Try to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. What the heck is that word? Well, because they were Man, this... How long is this trial? The red-handed recorders again. Okay, the counter, the door. PM on 13th of April. It would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. This is some outdated autopsy report shit. To compare. I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We expected the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir! Counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbroker on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Ah! I don't believe it! If I could have just shown that he'd stolen McGilden's pawn box... Bro, don't dance on me! Now what, Runa? I'm thinking... I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? No, counsel. In the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. You accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints? Wait.
find something. Oh, there is. Indicate the. Okay, it's time to use or you spot the different skills. It's time to use my handy dandy spot the different skills. That's. Alright, I've been staring at this. It doesn't seem like the two pictures are any different, honestly. Okay, let me just be gone this bot right quick. Be gone, bot! So... hats and thing over here. Beep. Have to click on it, so I can't afford any mistakes right now. So the box, so here's the box. I'm just looking at everything that's on the shelf right now. Wait a minute. I just remembered something. Give my answer, my lord. I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I'll need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? This thing. I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last! You can't resist it, can you? You got the cross-eyed compulsion! Error number 3. What a surprise. Come on, Reno. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Now, pretty eyepiece. Wait, really? I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between these two prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak. These two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, a single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box.
Let me... Wait. Unbelievable! It's kind of funny to see him look through the... By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilden's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks in the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilden is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints! Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright, McGilden's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Well, Mr. Benedict! I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A final piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant in this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Fanciers. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Sir, yes, sir. Let's see. Alright, give me a minute. We can have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce? Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Vanziux. This is nothing but a smokescreen. An Igbani's specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilden from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Not sure if I believe that. The things that hold water, well, there. And your lordship recalls Mr. McGilden perished 2 months ago. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. I propose a toast, my learned friend, and his most insightful defense. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary, a black overcoat that just happened to have a music box biscuit out of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if that man tried to make a gift of such things to me. It does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, was it? No goodness knows, Mr. McGilden was rich enough. But he can't deposit cash at a pawnbrokery. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It's incumbent on the defense now to bolster this argument. Explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well... We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilden's true character, and we know the disc is significant even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, have to acknowledge that Magilda's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Aw, dang it, we're gonna be shooting ourselves in the foot here. And Gina, but also us. Mean at Van Ziek's nose? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? You sly dog. But maybe... could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean? Well, what is it that you always say, Bruno? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time! Alright, the exact significance of the things that Magilda deposited in Mr. Windbag is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. Oh boy, tough decisions. What's the right thing to do here? Oh boy. So, the situation right now is, if we leave it, Mina is the only one that knows what these things are. And if we... But then if we leave it, then... But then if we have her testify, then she will... Then, you know, it'll reveal that she was in cahoots with Magilda the last time. You know, I actually kind of want to see what happens, so I will choose each. I'll choose each choice. Let's see what happens if you have Gina testify first. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. Wigglesworth's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Lindenbanks by Mr. McGilden, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. To prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing and indeed your own? Yes, I have. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? Prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Your witness is currently in the stand. May step down until further notice. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please. Good luck, Bruno. So, are we actually gonna lose this case? Are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilden. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. Same players in that trial facing each other once more. Twist of fate, perhaps, my newfound friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. Everything. feel like my voice is gonna... Yeah. I don't feel so good. But I think we're almost done with the story, so I'll hold on a bit more. Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus further itself. That as it may, neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Mrs. Rudd? Tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. Reddy said I wanna know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mrs. Rudd, this is extremely important. But... remember, little girl. If it transpires that you willfully withheld information in trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Hey, don't listen to him! Please, you have to trust Retta now! Iris? We're on your side! Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. We're getting her to testify what she did. And, there's a possibility that this might go horribly, completely wrong for the rest of us. So... this is a very risky move. But she's the only one that knows anything about these. So that's what I picked. But then, everything's going to come out. Like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. That brickmaker club was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head. That pair in the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilden sent the driver's intent to do a run to the pawn shop about. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to... Good grief, this is outrageous, but you've just told the court there's almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance. I may have adjudicated an error of McGilden's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? The McGilden fellow was brought into the court, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget the lawyer from the east. They were all on together. You're wrong, the lot of ya. Mr. Norada, the lawyer here, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? You really stitch everyone up, didn't we? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable! Stop! The lies have to stop! Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of Miss McGilden's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the dust calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may very well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord! Oh, or screw with. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. 'Tis, 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 'tis,
Mata!
The driver gave false testimony in that car. Perhaps the insult. Need door concierge. Matilda took off his coat and gave it to the driver, holding it up all careful like before I handed it over. My son knew that. I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windman was suggesting, didn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when Mr. Windman flashed some grass in his face and got fun in it out of it.
Mata!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof then, I believe. That's right. I must have looked down the skylight and noticed the cub with a knife in its guts. When they screamed, the driver called up the horses. Mr. McGill got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. As the carriage came to an halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the stops. Immediately left to fetch the police, and it appeared they were entirely unrelated to the incident. That was at Matilda, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. Driver, yes? He also testified in that trial, I believe. Fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Mata!
Wait, we gotta ask more about the disc. This disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cub lying on the floor. Alright, I'm gonna stop the stream right now. I think we'll be more equipped to continue the story at a later time. I mean, we are almost finished after all. So, yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Where we will hopefully continue more of the story. Friday. We might actually do it on Friday's stream before we start, drawing and stuff. So, yeah. Until then, see ya. Bye.